narrative on the financial. What is the financial status of the report without going into the figures in an organizational report like this? What is our financial health? Whether as much as an oversight body, whether we are also complying in terms of the generally accepted accounting standard as an organization, because we are the ones who has to be a trendsetter. I think, Chair, those are my few points that I've observed, and thanks very much for the opportunity.
Okay. National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I'm on page 8. That's at the top. The preceding narrative, but I think the conclusive line of that section, a major indictment. So it says there was no annual report produced, considered, and adopted. Period 1 April 2018, 31 March 2019. Efforts to source such a report from the APAC executive of the time were unsuccessful for reasons stated earlier in this report. There's no bigger indictment on a public accounts association than that, where we are expected to, in lack of a better phrase, impose compliance, PFMA, MFMA, and other related financial legislation. And our house is not in order to the extent to which we don't have a report. Perception is everything, particularly in a highly politically charged space such as this one. How do we expect compliance when we can't comply? And so I fundamentally believe that serious reflections need to be made about the transition management which takes place from one executive to another, and particularly when it comes to election time, when certain office bearers may not return to their respective spaces of deployment, whether the legislature or national assembly. So I think the incoming executive must look at that in very, very strong terms, because this is what creates a conducive and enabling environment for corruption. Where there's no documentation, I'm not making an allegation against anybody, but the absence of documents, the absence of reports, really nobody is in a position to trust us that we are equal to the task which we have been given. And I think there are serious reflections that need to take place insofar as that is concerned. It leads me to a second point, Chairperson, which may in fact be one of the reasons why we've got this reality, and that is the migration of APAC. I think that the discussions with the Speakers Forum have been too open-ended, too long-winded with regard to any conclusion. Right now, we're operating on an ad hoc basis, interim secretariat of the Gauteng legislation. I think we must thank the Gauteng legislature because they have really, helped in this period of transition. But we can't be operating like that. We are expected to be a model body for those with whom we hold accountable. So I think we do need to bring that matter to a logical functionality conclusion in terms of where we are housed, deal with the staffing requirements, so that we've got a permanent home, which is not actually dependent on an incumbent. But what happens when Kanyele leaves? I know there's an amendment coming which may sort of address that, but what happens when that office of the secretariat moves to another jurisdiction? Does then the secretariat migrate? It makes a mockery of ourselves, and it just means we're not serious. So I think moving forward, Chair, let us do a structural needs basis in terms of an organogram, cost it, and if it means then actually tweaking the affiliation fees so that they meet the demands, even at a bare minimum, then that we do that. But I think coming out of this AGM, we must really be very frank about reporting and about our functionality and structure in terms of a permanent basis. Otherwise, we don't inspire the kind of confidence that we're expecting from others. But otherwise, I would like to thank the executive for holding the fort and for actually bringing back a semblance of functionality. I know the difficulties that were there at inception when this process was really being picked up from nothing. And I think that there's some shape or form which gives us a basis to kind of be here and to chart a way forward. So on that score, thank you very much.
Thank you. Free State.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to join my colleagues and honorable members. My name is Masamana Mashai, Provincial Legislature of Free State.
Can you address the chair? Don't worry about those ones.
They're asking whether he's presentable.
Okay. I will not
Address the chair. You are given a chance to address the AGM. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that protection. I will restrain myself not to react to that. Chair, I think I want to join my colleagues and our members on the issues that they have raised with the following emphasis. The first one, I think I agree with Honorable Sumi that we need to review the setup of APAC as it is. And then I agree with him that the incoming leadership should deal with that issue so that we're able to preserve institutional memory. It's very painful for me to see the state which this structure is at, having participated in structures like Salga in the previous life, currently in structures like Sikfawe and others. I'm under impression that at this level, at least, as Honorable Clema have said, there should be resemblance of some accountability and transparency in terms of what must happen. In short, the two honorable members were simply saying, Emperor, you are naked. At this state of APAC, we are very naked. We are like a communist attempting to give a sermon at Vatican to Pope and his congregation on Good Friday, or rather Easter Friday, as commonly known. Those who are the people who calls people to account, we invite them to sessions where they must account and all of that. And then at this level, particularly at the national level, where at this state, it's very painful. As I sit down, Chair, can we go to page 27? Correct my surname there. And Free State. I'm not Masamola Mashaki. I'm Masamola Mashaki. It's MA. And then, Chair, I'm under impression that we're still going to go to financial reports where there is issues on the financial report.
You said the surname is
MA. Okay. MA, not MO. Okay. And Chair, with your indulgence, I still believe we are still going to discuss the financial reports. We are not at that stage.
as per the program in front of you.
Thank you very much.
I think when we engage, we must say we, because this is the AGM of jurisdiction executive members who supposed to beef up the office bearers. It's not us and them. And I like Free State to correct the surname there, indicating that it's part of the team. Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not going to repeat, I think, what already Honorable Member from National have indicated to us. Just to highlight the issue of maybe as we continue to really see to the check and balances of our for managing and leading this organization, we also have to have the systems in place of what needs to happen and looking from what happened. But now here is the challenge from me. Maybe I will be assisted. When we do the amendments to our policy or Excel, we have to give the 4 months before we can do that. And we see we do have the challenges. Now, if we are going to do the resolution that is going to empower us to make things different so that this organization can be functional, we can function accordingly. What is going to take the precedence is the resolutions empowering us to be implemented, and then if they are going to be implemented, how are we going to go about? Because as it stands now, that means whatever the amendment we feel we have to bring about, it says that we can only give the notice of 4 months. And that is going to be a stumbling block to assist us in that, of which the other option is going to be the resolutions. Are we empowered to enforce that those resolutions can be in place, counteracting what we already have that is in our policy or in our constitution? I hand it over to the House to hear what are the options that we have to really correct this challenge of our 2018-19 that we have in front of us. Because another question it will be, our legislatures, were they exempted from affiliation because there's no report at all for those years if we don't have those reports? Those are the questions maybe that we can continue in the financial, but if I can get indulgence of having the response to that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. KZN, then Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to also endorse what other colleagues have said about the functionality of APAC in terms of the previous reports that were not produced. But I also want to just remind us, because I think we have been part of those discussions, that there is a serious problem in the sense that the Speakers Forum is not moving as fast as it should to deal with the migration of APAC. And where previously the Office of the Auditor General had provided secretarial services, and that was how reports were produced, including the financial reports. In that period, that didn't happen because the agreement with the Office of the Auditor General was terminated, and it was then a period of limbo, which is something that should not happen but has happened. Whilst the Speakers Forum and the Secretary of Parliament, I think, did address APAC about the migration. So that is difficult because right now there's no permanent structure. You will see from the report here that Gauteng Provincial Legislature has been providing secretarial support but that's not the job of that legislature. So as we all know, as members of public accounts committees, if you don't have the necessary capacity, you're not going to deliver the goods. And I think APAC is actually showing that. So it then becomes a priority that the migration to the Speakers Forum or whatever arrangement is to be agreed upon is fast-tracked. Or we'll be sitting here again in a pretty ad hoc basis, and it's understandable. And in that vein, then we must actually thank the Gauteng legislature and the current secretary for attempting to make the best of what is a pretty bad job. The next point that I wanted to make, again, you'll see that our lack of a proper structure, right, has impacted on the fact that APAC used to provide training. So every time you got new public accounts committees coming in or new members, training was provided. We've not been able to do that. And that is actually a pity because we do need to train and capacitate our members. My third point is that the MOUs with the Chapter 9 institutions and other agencies is very, very important. In KwaZulu-Natal, we've seen the importance of getting the regular reports from the SIU, the Public Service Commission, and the like. It really does enhance our work. So whilst those memoranda have been signed, I think we need to ensure that throughout the country, we do make best use of them. Thank you.
Mr. Nke.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Chair, I think we must make a compelling observation that we want to appreciate ESCO by coming this far and bringing up here, because we would not be having a structure leading this conference if things completely fell apart. So we want to appreciate that. And we know if we can make an analogy or characterize the situation, we would say it was a question of synthesis. It was a question of synthesis, antithesis, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So we'd say that because we don't want to undermine this exercise of coming here and getting reports. And I want to believe that even the challenges which brought the whole report are not about, I'll include myself as part of the collective and everyone here, it's not because of our own making. We could not avoid those things. But I can't agree more with some other members who are saying that in crafting, because our experience should be our teacher now. And I agree on the instance that as members, we need to craft in terms of structural arrangement so that you can avoid what the degrees of difficulties we must anticipate and then craft our way forward, going forward. Because one thing we must understand is that we cannot avoid the future and should therefore know much more about that future, what will demand of us. So what I'm trying to say, we can strengthen in terms of our arrangement that in the light of the fact that you can face similar challenges, how to move on, because it was because of a sheer luck that we are here. Maybe we would not be having a leadership bringing us to a conference. So I wanted to appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Brother Nke.
Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I just want to add my voice as from the Northern Cape Legislature that we said in one discussion is actually an embarrassment. And if we were not part of this struggle and mess, we would have been, the first to really run with this to the authorities. But we must, and I want to emphasize and echo the sentiments by one of the previous speakers, appreciate the efforts made to ensure that we are here today. We can reflect, and we, as a collective, supporting one another, make the necessary contribution so that moving forward from now, that we achieve what all of us would love to have, an APAC that is functional. But I think it's important to, as I sat down, Chair, highlight the role of the Speaker's office. It's critical, and it's something that I do not know how the provincial legislature is handling. In fact, we do not know exactly whether this current status quo arrangement, whether Gauteng as a province is fine with it, because it's within their right at any given time to say no. And at the level of legislatures, we do have capacity constraints. So I really want to emphasize the importance of the role coming to the party of the National Speaker's Office. And I hope in the next meeting, we will really, that must not be far from here, we will really have a concrete proposal or a report coming from that office. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think we covered all the provinces. GS response on the clarity questions. But I think this is the meeting of delegates and jurisdiction, not the meeting of office bearers. And I hope that all of us have a responsibility to provide solution to a problem. Not to take a problem, give it to other maybe EXCO or officials, office bearers. I hope on the discussion there are other areas, GS, that are providing solution. Others will find expression on the next point of resolutions, which I think when we are there, we'll deal with them. We must just avoid to deal with issues that are on the agenda currently on the report, and make sure that we follow the sequence of the program that we have adopted. But Western Cape was clear on direct clarity, which I think it's necessary. But the rest of issues that are raised are having a solution to the problem. But over to you, GS.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me just say that the first thing we want to commit to is that when we end our discussions, the reports you have in your hands are going to be revised. Of course, we think it's important that these reports are referred to legislatures officially, because they're supposed to be paying for for the fees. Secondly, I request that behalf of the office bearers and the executive that maybe what we need to do when we discuss finances, because you'll see this problem of 2018-19 again, that please can you assist with a resolution? Because if you ask us what should be done, it's going to be difficult. We need you to, if there's a suggestion on what the resolution should be, this conference. Just to clarify the co-option, we never co-opted Honorable Liso to the office of that was going to be unconstitutional. But given the work that needed to be done and the period that was leading to the conference, we asked that he must support. We didn't say he must be a member. He's not a member of the office bearers. It's just support. So if we talk office bearers as things stand, it was the treasurer and the general secretary. Then the last thing I want to comment on, Chair, is that I think I want to re-emphasize the advantage is that we now have some proposals on the constitutional amendment to address some of these problems. And just to indicate that when you present the constitutional amendments, we'll inform you that the process was started in March, which was about 5 months before the AGM, because we had to comply with the 4 months time. Thank you very much. Yeah, Chair, I said that I know there was a Western Cape was suggesting that some of these things that were proposed, how we're going to ensure that they are factored in given what the Constitution requires. I'm saying that maybe at the time when we discuss the Constitution, that some of those things you'll see that they are, when we discuss constitutional amendment, proposed constitutional amendments, some of those things are addressed. Obviously, those that are not addressed, we might want to ask if there are any resolutions that could be passed which do not have an implication of the Constitution, because then it can create problems. Thank you.
Okay. That's the response. Only on the clarity, I will allow the jurisdiction that raise questions just to make follow-ups if they are not properly responded, except the view that it's a popular view of concerns raised, which I think we together we need to provide solution to all those problems, and taking from the GS that will emerge from here with the resolution. I see National Assembly. Not sure if then Western Cape will make follow-up. We don't open for another round. I'm just giving for those who will make follow-ups.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I take your instruction, but at the same time, to be fair to this platform, we have given charge to the incoming executive committee, which is a body which the Secretariat must take note of. And there are issues that have been raised which are a difficulty and a challenge for the existence of this body. Therefore, you can't ask that we must cook something now, otherwise we cook it for not hold. You see, it's our responsibility. Why do we elect leadership? They must take charge of certain responsibilities and get back into the body on the practical instances around those matters. So I think we're a bit fair in terms of our own critique to give it back to yourselves. Otherwise, if I was going to be very harsh, I was going to be a bit say those who have had this whole thing are bringing us a collapsing organization. But I think we're very fair to say those who are going to take over must take consideration of these matters that have been raised, so that at least going forward, whether with us or that leadership, something must be done. You can't throw it back and say, I see Pegalis and nobody one. It's really unfair to this contract. I think that's the best thing that you see, let's not elect anybody. You see, you can't live like that. Thanks, Chair.
Western Cape.
Thank you very much for the response. And I was asking that because the issue of 2018 and 19, we are going to lean on the resolution per se. From what I've understood, that we are going to say we let go, we are not going, and agree we will never get the reports of 18, 19. And the empowerment that we have for today, that means it's going to be the resolution, it's not going to talk to the Constitution. So are we going to agree with that? And as the GS has mentioned, that we can never have a resolution that talks to the Constitution. So where are we with both? Because we have the resolution that the proposal we might have to let go of 18 and 19, but the Constitution saying we need to get those reports. So it might be my understanding is screwed. But if there is any clarity, I will definitely appreciate it, so that the precedents for the future can help us in some other things as they crop up throughout the years. Thank you very much.
I see the hands of Gauteng. I don't know. Gauteng. And then the last hand will be National Assembly.
Thank you very much. A few comments from my side. You know, this is the very body that should be absolutely lead us in terms of how things should be done. 100% correct. The fact that there weren't people in positions is certainly no excuse. That we sit here with financial, but this is not a financial report, by the way. It's actually not even a report. And I will tell you why. There's no figures in this thing. There are numerous mistakes. They couldn't even stay.
Just a moment.
Back.
Just a moment.
Let me finish.
Just a moment.
If you look at the back of this document, it is not even signed.
Just a moment.
Signed. I don't know what we're supposed to make decisions.
Can you listen to the chairperson?
Yeah, you need to allow me to.
Yeah, no, let me guide you.
Yeah, but you've been guiding us all
along. No, we're guiding.
That's why we've got documents that states absolutely nothing. You've been leading us by the nose. That's what it looks like. It's fine, but please don't lead me by the nose.
Yeah. Honorable members, all of you who are here represented by jurisdiction, yourself have adopted the agenda. My responsibility is to guide you to follow the adopted agenda. Issues of finances will be discussed on financial report. We are on annual report. And that's the guidance that I'm giving as the chair. And no one will be deprived a right to engage, but we must be orderly and follow what we have accepted, because this is yourself who adopted this agenda, and I think my role is to defend what you have adopted as the chair. And I think no one will call others to order when I'm here as the chair. I must just guide to make sure that we follow what we have agreed. And I think part that issue, Gauteng, you'll be given a chance when we deal with financial reports. For now, we are on annual report. The last hand I don't know that hand, was it, your, oh, okay. National Assembly.
Chairperson, may I make a suggestion, a proposal rather, that can we post discussing this park adoption until we have gone through the financials and the constitutional amendments? Because the issues are cross-cutting, particularly to deal with the issues that the Western Cape has raised. Because we will adopt and then find that we may contradict ourselves. So can we note that this has been tabled and comments and contributions included? And then at the end of the process, when we've looked at the financial narrative, very interesting term that you have come up with, the financial narrative, and then the constitutional amendments. So then at least we've got a full picture of what is happening. I think the GS himself, when responding, pointed to us that the challenges we have found in the annual report, particularly insofar as 1819 are concerned, will emerge out of the financial narrative report. It was just a proposal, Chair, that we park adoption for now, look at the issues holistically, and then come back to adoption at the end. Thanks.
Okay. That's the proposal. Western Cape. I'm not just the Western Cape.
Chair, I second the proposal.
Any opposition on the proposal? Okay. We are in agreement that we know the report and resolution will be linked with the finance report. We now break for tea. When we come back from tea, which will be 20 minutes, we'll start with the financial report. Thank you.
records and bank statements of APAC since it was elected. Access to accounts was gained in February 2022 when the process of changes of signatories was completed. Ability to transact through the account was acquired in March 2022. In terms of bank accounts, APAC has 2 bank accounts with Standard Bank mainland branch in Pretoria. These are check accounts and an investment has resumed. The late Honorable J.J. Skosana, may his soul rest in peace, had resigned as the chairperson and thus the signatory to the account. The executive committee had to reverse its resolution and it appointed Ms. Mtalweni, Honorable Mtalweni, as the 3rd signatory. His resignation later in the year also resulted in further delays. This process was finalized in February 2022. It includes ability to make electronic funds transfers. In terms of affiliation fees, Chairperson, the delay in gaining access to the APAC Bank account was resulted in the executive committee not being able to give the necessary information to help the bookkeepers to produce a reconciliation of payments of annual affiliation fees on time. The updated report was received on the 28th of July 2022. It is being revised to show the financial years in which the affiliation fees are due by each APAC member. Due to administrative problems shown, the executive committee has not been able to put in place the effective mechanisms to remind members of their affiliation fee due. In this regard, it is not advisable to implement Article 7(4) of the Constitution, which requires membership to be entered for deliberately not paying affiliation fee. In the current period and future, there is no reason for APAC to revise annual fees payable by APAC members. It is therefore recommended that the provisions of Article 7(4) of the APAC Constitution should not be implemented. The annual affiliation fee of APAC remain at 138,000. Honorable members, as you can see for yourself, the different monies owes, the different provinces that owes monies to APAC. You can't see it. Can I distribute? Can you still not see?
We can see.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Can we all see? Thank you. There's a 1 no. That is a Ian here. Thank you very much, honorable members. When we start with the Eastern Cape, the affiliation fee of the Eastern Cape is 414,000. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will give the copies to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Eastern Cape is 414,000. And the training fee is 75,339. The total amount owing to APAC is 489,309 rand. Free State, it's a total of affiliation fee is 415. The training fee is 12,996. The total amount is 428. Gauteng, 412. The training fee is 4,000, is 408,000. KZN is 138,000, and the training fee is 48, so it's 186. 735. Limpopo is 274,000. Training fee is 89,861. The total is 364,661. Pumalanga, it's 274,800. They are things we are owing them. So their total is 269 that they owe APAC. National Parliament, 966,000. Training fee is 218,000. The grand total is 1.1 billion. Northern Cape is 274,000, and the training fee, since we are also like Mpumalanga there, so the total amount is 211,841. And this Northwest is 414. 414. There is no training fee, so it remains 414,000. Western Cape is 274. No training fee, 274. And this amount, honorable members, does not include the amount of March 2022. So this is the amounts that the different jurisdiction is owing APAC chairperson. So we will distribute the report to the different jurisdictions of members that are here. So you can see for yourself, honorable members, in terms of the membership fee, of affiliation fee of APAC. Then in terms of the audit matters, chairperson is the audit of APAC annual financial statements. The executive committee has considered and approved the audited AFS of APAC for the year ended 31st March 2018 as per resolution of the APAC elective meeting on the 31st of August 2020. The auditors could not complete the audited the audit of the AFS for 2019 because of the lack of some supporting documents. The executive committee had to trace documents for several transactions which were misplaced during the process of migration from the APAC Secretariat from the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa to the National Speakers Forum. Several supporting documents were successfully traced and sent to APAC bookkeepers. The auditors are redoing the audit for 2019. They have been asked to also audit the 2020, 21, and 22 annual financial statements of APAC. In terms of bookkeeping services as chairperson, the first executive committee appointed PricewaterhouseCoopers Inc. to be the bookkeepers of APAC. The service of PricewaterhouseCoopers Inc. were extended to include the preparations of the AFS of APAC for the period of 31 March 2022. The incoming executive committee to consider extending the services of PricewaterhouseCoopers Inc. as bookkeepers of APAC. In terms of the appointment of auditors, APAC has been using the services of NSG Grant Thornton as auditors for its annual financial statements. The executive committee took the decision to extend the services of the auditor for the audit of AFS of APAC to 31 March 2022. The decision was taken because of the urgent need to finalize the audit of APAC AFS as per the mandate of the elective conference on August 2022. The executive committee therefore recommends that the decision to appoint SNG Grant Thornton as auditors for the 2020, 2021, and 2022 AFS of APAC should be condoned, that SNG Grant Thornton should be appointed as auditors for the financial year ending on the 31st of March 2023. Financial governance in terms of our financial policy, Article 10.5E and 12.2F requires the Executive Committee to develop policies and procedures on financial matters of APAC. In the past, APAC was running its financial affairs governed by the policy in the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa, which was the Secretariat of APAC. The process to develop APAC finance policy was started in 2021. The second draft policy was considered by the Executive Committee at its meeting on the 28th of July 2022. It is the intention that the new Executive Committee will finalize the matter and adopt the policy. In terms of SADCOPEC chairperson, membership on SADCOPEC, the annual membership fee of SADCOPEC is $10,000. The payment of annual fees for the past two financial years amounted to $20,000 could not be paid or could not be made because of the delays which were experienced with changes for signatories. The bank is helping signatories to make electronic payments in the international currency. In conclusion, Chairperson, in the period from the end of the reporting year, there were several activities at APAC which had financial implications. The major ones are as follows. The interim secretariat coordinated meetings of the researchers of jurisdictions to develop conference papers. The Executive Committee meeting held on the 28th and 29th July 2022 in East London in the Eastern Cape. The meeting was preceded by, on the 27th July 2022, by the meeting of the office bearers and expenses related to the convening and holding of the APAC conference and AGM in August 2022. I thank you.
Okay. The explanation that the GS want to make is that may happen on the figures that are reflecting on affiliate membership fees that other jurisdiction may have paid for 2022 and 2023, and it doesn't reflect. So it will be a minus because they didn't manage to get the statement to look on those figures. The other matter, those who were part of the EXCO have recommended, it's recommending to this AGM that the special AGM must be convened immediately after this normal AGM to consider a financial audited financial report. It was ESCO represented by all the jurisdiction and the EXCO that have taken us where we are, and they are making that recommendation to this AGM. I will now open for yourselves. That's the report. Okay. You will bear with us because I won't be able to know your provinces. At the back there, you start with the, go to the, at the back, so 1 on this side, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the Free State, 6. Free State will be followed by Eastern Cape. I don't know that province and sorry. Oh, it's Gauteng. So in that order, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's our police national spare. Chairman, seldom in my long career of accounting and bookkeeping have I seen something as messy as this. It is an embarrassment to me to be part of an organization that is in this state of financial chaos. Mr. Chairman, the report indicates that there was some sort of delay in getting access to bank accounts, and my experience is that sometimes that is the case, but it seems an inordinately long delay. But access was obtained 4 months ago in March. This organization has very few financial transactions. It's really a very small little set of accounts. And so in 4 months, one would have expected a full set of financials to have been prepared for the outstanding years, including the current year to date, and management accounts to have been done. But apparently that's not the case. Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, what are the balances in the 2 bank accounts as at, let's not say the current date, but as at the end of July? What were the balances at that point, please? And the reason I ask, Mr. Chairman, is that we've just been shown a list of very large outstanding amounts from various members of this organization. And that seems to indicate, at least to me, that the fees being charged annually are excessive. And they should be reduced, not maintained at the 138,000. They should be reduced, and that we should be passing credits to clear that backlog of unpaid fees, given that apparently there is money in the bank and that money is being cleared or used to pay $20,000, which will be in the region of whatever it works out to, 340,000 Rand. So, Mr. Chairman, what is in the bank? And can we then have a deadline as to when the annual financial statements will be completed? I can't really conceive that there are that many transactions that will make this a very big task. It's, in my opinion, without having seen the actual transactions, which we're not privy to anything here of any detail, a very small set of accounts. Mr. Chairman, there is no way that this body can decide that annual financial reports and annual reports can be omitted for prior years. The Constitution requires it, and it must be done. There's no question of this body deciding that the Constitution doesn't apply for those years, no matter what the issues were during those years, and I do have some sympathy. So, Mr. Chairman, I would really like to leave the conference, the AGM, with these two questions. What were the bank account balances at the end of July? You've had 4 months access to them, so you should have them at your fingertips, Madam Treasurer. And what date will the bookkeepers, and I'm surprised that PwC, I mean, their fees are massive, are appointed as bookkeepers for a small set of accounts such as this, but given that they have been appointed, what date will the financials for all the prior years outstanding be completed? And then, Mr. Chairman, why do we not have in front of us the 17-18 financial statements which have been approved by your executive? Why are they not here with us today? It seems incredible that those have been approved despite all the difficulties that have been raised this morning, and they have not been tabled here. Why is that? Thank you, Mr.
Chair. My name is Francois Rogers, and I'm from KwaZulu-Natal. Chair, going through these financials and going through the reports reminds me of going through a delinquent provincial department. Because what I'm seeing here is very much that I'm often presented with in my position, both finance and scoper. I want to carry on with what Honourable Lee said, and I want to refer you to Section 8.2 of the Constitution of APAC, where it clearly states, my apologies, 8.3, it clearly states that a failure of a member to pay the affiliation fees by the 1st of April every year shall lead to such member being disqualified from participating. Now, I want to know why that is not being enforced, because this is our Constitution, and in fact, we should operate in that environment. And then again, just to reiterate what Honourable Lee said, if I look at Section 5 of the Constitution, Section 5A, says that APAC should prepare annual narrative reports, and it specifies with annual financial statements. My understanding is with 4 financial years in the area here. And it reminds me of the adage that very often, if you visit a plumber's home, his toilet leaks and he's got leaking taps in his yard. Well, there's obviously a problem here. We cannot go out and be prescriptive and do our oversight when in fact we cannot keep our house in order. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. My name is Jacques van Upper Province. I don't think that there is a member in this House that actually can accept the financial reporting that has been presented to us today. That My concern is that you brought up some sort of a spreadsheet of trying to indicate the outstanding balances of various jurisdictions. But you cannot attempt to put your own type of spreadsheet together to determine the expenditure that you had over the last 2, 3 or 4 years or within the last year. This begs the question, how did you pay for your expenditure over the last 4 years if those are the amounts that are outstanding, and how did you bankroll those activities? I would go further. Has there been any official communications to the jurisdictions with reference to their outstanding amounts? I think the other issues have been dealt with the previous members, so I won't repeat that.
Okay, thank you very much. Even on the longer from content. I went through the document. I'm not going to call it a report, and it's certainly nothing to do with finances. Neither is the documents that were scrolled up there that no one could see. Chair, I am very disappointed. Extremely disappointed. And I'm disappointed in the board. Excuses that are being given to us for oversights and mistakes is not acceptable. This board of all places and this conference, we should never have been invited here and be presented with this kind of sloppish work. Honestly, it's a disgrace. And I don't just want to stand here and dish out fingers pointing to people, but you have to agree. We are SCOPA. We sit on the same committees at national, and we have people from municipalities as well. What kind of leadership do we portray? If we say this is okay in any day, any time. To access bank accounts can be an issue, but you know what? I have been through that a couple of times in my life, in my work. It's a morning at the bank. You get all the necessary documents beforehand because there are company documents that should be presented and the number of others. All of that can be filled in by the board members because they've got access to the necessary details. Could have been filled in. All the members could have gone to the bank. One morning, everything sorted. I cannot accept the fact that a company like PricewaterhouseCoopers would say that they are happy to be bookkeepers. And then they would be okay to keep this kind of document, which is just a scribble, and they don't even know that it's mainland, not Manland. Standard banking, Pretoria, mainland. Maybe we could Google that, very easy. Then if I go to the last page, here, honestly, who signed this off? This is not an official document. We can't yet be presented with official documentation. This is not official. So what are we? What are we if we here? And municipalities, everybody has to pay 130,000 rand affiliation fees. We get here on an AGM and you expect us to choose new leaders, new board members. With presenting us this, I call them. Well, please don't do this to us. I said earlier, lead us. Don't lead us by the nose. We are all in position because we deserve it, and we work for it, and we qualify for it. I do not appreciate this kind of work. I don't. I don't. No thanks.
Okay. The fifth one.
Thank you very much once more, Chair. I think Secretary report for the Secretary report or annual report was the basis of hearing us for this second disaster report in terms of the finances of this institution. Okay, for the first time, I hear the term narrative financial statements, I must confess. And indeed, it's a narrative. And a narrative is exactly that, it's a narrative. It's nothing else but a narrative. We were expecting at least having accepted challenges that were there in terms of the secretary report, changing of leadership at one point or another, and all of that. But in terms of finance, at least we should have a system that, irrespective of what happens, at least the system is there, it tracks financial activities and all of that, irrespective of us as one body, says persons, seats and all of that. But in this case, it's not like that. And what confused me most is page 4. Page 4 of this report confuses me more. The first paragraph, the second paragraph of that page 4. Also documented to even Auditor General of South Africa. So we are even bringing other institutions' reputation to questions. Because if Auditor General and produce, in terms of the statement, and produce, because they say it was a migration from Auditor General to Speaker's Forum, which confused me more because we were told in the previous report that as things stands now, administration and everything else is done in Gauteng legislation. Now here, the sentence says there's a migration from Auditor General to Speaker's Forum. That's taken place, and as a result, there were documents that were not traceable and all of that. So it brings other institutions like Auditor General's integrity into question. As I step off, Chair, I agree with the saying which says you must put your mouth where your money is. I think as members here also we should contribute in terms of ensuring that we pay annual fees to APAC. I'm not sure whether I'm saying this at a risk of not knowing as we live here, we'll still have APAC in the state of the finance as reflected in this narrative financial report. But at the risk of thinking that perhaps we still have APAC. As members, I think it is important for us to ensure that we base our dues, our fees. And then I want to move that we don't accept this narrative financial statement. The new executive committee must go back and back up something different from what you have just been presented here. And it's a pity we are going back to our legislatures with this kind of reports. Nobody will ever take us serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Rufido Gekana from Gauteng. We note the challenges reported in terms of the non-handover report by the previous executive. However, I've got two short questions which relates to this report. And I think my questions would indicate that there is a clear violation of the Constitution in terms of the training fees as well as the subscription fees. One, I just want to get clarity in terms of why is there no uniform amount for the training fees? Because I see the various jurisdictions are paying differently. So I just need clarity as to why is it the case? Why is there no standard fee for all jurisdictions? And secondly, why is there no mechanism to follow up on the overdue subscriptions, noting that most are in arrears from the 2018-2019 financial year? And like I said, there's clear violation of the Constitution. I just want to check why we do not, why does the APAC executive not enforce penalties for those jurisdictions that are in arrears? 2018-2019. And I think we as MPEX and APAC, as well as Scopus, we emphasize the issue of consequence management over the departments that we oversee. But clearly from this report, there is no consequence management. And I'm just talking about, just following up, sending reminders to people who are in arrears to really comply in line with the Constitution. So I would want to urge the incoming executive to really fix this mess and perhaps also pursue the outstanding reports by the previous executive, because truly this is not acceptable, and this is a very important body that we all need. And issues of finances are very sensitive. They can make or break an organization. And if we do not tread carefully around issues of finance, we might as well close shop. Thank you very much.
Eastern Cape, then we will go to Gauteng again, then National Assembly will be the last.
No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. Chair, I'm Kolis Dimaza from the Eastern Cape. Chair, I think I want to start by, I think at the beginning of this session, then you indicated that there is going to be a special AGM you are proposing to consider the financials of APAC. I think as Eastern Cape wanted to second that. And seconding it because, Chair, the narrative that is in front of us, we believe, is something that is supposed to be supported, that is by the audits of the other years of APAC, which are the ones that are not there. We really, Chair, I think, also feel for the present executive because it inherited a mess as far as the finances are concerned. What then, Chair, needs just to be explained, part one to be explained on page 4. That is this paragraph that is saying the auditors are redoing the audits for 2019. One check that it's an explanation on that. Are they redoing? Are there any statements that have been forwarded to the auditors? And then if there are no statements forwarded to the auditors for 2019, as Eastern Cape wanted to propose that APAC, we should agree here that the auditors needs just to be managed to give APAC a qualified audit that is for that particular period. Then giving APAC a qualified audit for that period, and then there must be some kind of consequence management that will follow for those who were executive members of APAC in that particular period, whether we mandate SIU to investigate them and so on. And that is what we want to put up. Second, Chair, what just an explanation as to say, As far as other years, that is 2020, 2021 financial years in these audits, just the executive to explain to us why we don't have the report. Is it because they cannot audit those particular financial years because of the 20 that is still missing? If those can be explained, I think then the Assistant Cabinet will stick. That is to our recommendation that what needs to be done, auditors just give APAC a qualified audit for that 2019. And then after, there should be some kind of consequence management to those where executive members during that particular period, they should be followed as such. Thanks very much.
Okay.
My name is Azuchitangano from Gauteng. When we started with the AGM, there was an agenda which was presented and we adopted the agenda. Part of the agenda item is annual reports. Bullet 2 talks about APAC financial reports 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. The treasurer presented something which is not in tandem with what is contained on the agenda item, because we do not have financial reports for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 as per the agenda item. I think, Chair, the executive should have taken us in confidence and explain the difficulties which they are finding themselves in. Because bringing this narrative report here, because is creating more suspicions and more problems. If I do not even want to entertain what is contained here in this narrative, because it is full of contradictions. If I can just ask one question, 5.2 bookkeeping services. It is said that the past executive committee has appointed Pricewaterhouse and Cooper to deal with the bookkeeping. But we do not have even those financials before us. Maybe the 2019, as they have indicated that they were lacking supportive documents. What about 2020, 2021, and 2022? If we are having a bookkeeping services, the other question is, when did we appoint these people? How much are we paying them for doing nothing? Because before us, there is absolutely nothing. Second to that is the issue of auditors. You appoint auditors to do what? If there are no sets of accounts which have been developed by the bookkeeping services, which is Pricewaterhouse and Cooper. We even go much further and deal with a recommendation here to say that firstly, that we must condone that the decision to appoint S&T Grant as auditors for those years must be condoned. But for what? What is the work? What is the work? It becomes very difficult for us to condone while we do not see the work. And furthermore, we want to extend that they must still do audit 2023. Which set of accounts are there? I think the executive should have just put a liner there as part of the agenda item that there is a problem. And there is a problem, and given that problem, we recommend that there must be a special AGM. Because when the chair started by indicating that there should be a special AGM, I think he was preparing us for this. And believe me, it's totally unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. Let's just agree that there are no reports. We close this item and we resolve that we must have that special AGM and we must come with the date. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I've seen another, and is it Gauteng and then Western Cape? Then Northwest.
Chair, thank you very much. I find it regrettable that it was figured.
Just a moment. Can that meeting be over, please? Only one meeting.
I find it regrettable, Chair, that.
Thank you for being disciplined.
Figures were posted there, and it says the National Assembly almost owes them over R1 million. Yet, on the 18th of March 2019, at 10:08, the National Assembly sent through all proof of payments, 2016, 17, 18, the 18th of March 2019. It was an email. I wanted to make sure, 10:08.
18 March 2019.
Proof of payments were sent after APAC wanted them, and they were all sent to the point that in the exchange of emails, there's a line there that says from the National Assembly after, I don't know what's wrong with these APAC people. That was the frustration. After we had sent it, why do I say this, Chair? So 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20 sent through proof of payments. Now, if just that basic, transfer of information can't be captured, no wonder we've got this mess. It's an absolute disaster. So I just wanted to clarify what we paid. Our reservations notwithstanding, Chair, because I must put it on record that we had a discussion with the
Just a moment. I allow only one speaker to speak. As I have allowed everyone to speak, all of us listen to a speaker, please. Thank you.
I had an extensive discussion with the former speaker, about our continued payment of subscription fees in the absence of adequate financial reporting. That what are we paying to? Paying for what? When the financial state of APAC, for all intents and purposes, who under Hatebe knows, when we've given up, we always say you are no longer in ICU, you are in the mortuary. And so I'm raising this in the context to say that there's heightened reservations about financial management at APAC. And it's quite sad, because, as I said earlier on, we are the people responsible for ensuring compliance. Yet our own house is not in order. That's the first one. So, but we will resend again what we sent through. The second point, Chairperson, I think one can only say we've heard the narrative. But whether it's satisfactory or not or acceptable, that's the debate we can have. We really need you to go back, or the new ESCO, go back, redo the audit if it's being redone. But what I want to challenge on, Chair, that we all know what a mess is. It is when there's a mess, then you know that something has gone wrong. The mess creates a conducive, now I'm saying it as a statement of indictment. Earlier on now I'm saying, why must we pretend as though that we can't see that corruption has taken place here? Why? Why must we sanitize that? Why are we being given a narrative which advances excuses as opposed to the fundamental truth? Investigate it. If it means commission a forensic investigation into the state of health of APAC, do that and come back and tell us that, not no finder, or that you couldn't go to the bank to transfer signatures. I think it is only in honesty. Only in honesty. So I'm supporting the view that a special meeting be held where you will come back with something more substantive and more evidence-based in terms of an investigation with outcomes, and tell us. But I'm proposing, Chair, a forensic investigation, because if we don't allow that, then we are setting a precedent that it's okay to create a chaos at APAC. And then we hold no legitimacy anywhere else if consequence management cannot arise out of ourselves here. So, Chair, I can only say we noted the narrative, but I don't think we can accept it as the alpha and omega of the financial situation of APAC. Because I think the question still stands. How much is in the bank account? Because now I'm worried. If we are said to be owing almost R1 million when we have paid, what happened to the money we paid if it can't be accounted for in the records that you found? So I think we really need to adopt a hambagahle approach on this. So as the lady would conclude it. We must make sure that everything is investigated. We are up to date. Complete.
I just want to know, all the statements the treasurer brought this narrative to us today. What was in her mind? What did she think? Was she busy undermining? I'm not even going to make excuses or what. Was she busy undermining us? Did she think all of us that sitting here cannot think properly? Because like, when you talk about financials, then you must be really, really ethical.
Just a moment.
Then you must be really ethical.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Let me protect yourself. One speaker at a time. No response to a speaker. Everyone will be given a chance. And even the treasurer, you will come and respond. Don't. Everyone will ventilate because this is our APAC. And we need to ventilate. At the end, we need to provide solution to all what we are raising. And there won't be any problem. Just raise your point and you'll get a response. I've noted you, Western Cape. From Gauteng, it's Northwest, Western Cape, and Northern Cape. And I will be done with all jurisdictions. Proceed, Gauteng.
Okay. If we speak about ethics, you're busy with financials, then you must think for yourself. Now I checked. Now you're disturbing me because I won't be able to speak because you're pointing somewhere else and I'm on the podium side. When you speak about financials, being ethical, then you must produce a proper report. Not this narrative that was given to us. But at the end of the day, Chair, it only shows that the people that's been appointed in this are not competent. Because if they were competent, there would have been everything here. And now they come with a narrative to come and give to us, and we must just accept what they are giving because they've undermined us in the first place. And I can't keep quiet about that, Chair. It's for me, I hate it when a person undermines me, because all of us went to school. And the problem here is this financial report. And the other thing is this, Chair, that I wanted to let you know. It's about this PricewaterhouseCoopers and Thornton. You remember what happened to KPMG when they were lying to the government, saying that they did the books and everything was in order and everything was fine. And most of them lost their work, and that was qualified accountants. So if people do these things, they must do it in a proper manner and give the proper statement of the finances of APAC. This does not exist. And even though, sir, if this thing was what you people suggested to come and give to us, please try again. This is not fair. Thank you.
Northwest. And another thing that I must just, my observation is that all honorable members that are taking a podium are talking one thing. And that's my observation, but I will be the chair that allow you to talk up until you are happy. But my observation is that you're talking one thing. It's just one thing, and I deliberately allow you because this is your AGM. No, the reason why I'm saying it's one thing is that when you are covered with another speaker, allow responses so that there is solution to a problem. That's the point that I'm making. Okay, Northwest, Western Cape, and I think it's Northwest and the Western Cape.
My name is Sarun Mtswan. I'm from the Northwest Provincial Administration. As the Northwest
just a moment. Can I ask honorable members at the back there? I'm consistent. I'm not going to allow any meeting because when I give a person to speak, everyone must listen to that person. And I'm expecting the same to all. All of you are equal. Yeah, there is no one who's all of you are equal. I just want you so that maybe we don't repeat one another. Let's appreciate and respect each other, please, honorable members. That's my humble request. Northwest, Western Cape, and Treasure will come to the podium to respond on all the issues, and which our KZN will be the last. Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, just a moment, Northwest. Let me repeat the speakers. It's Northwest, Western Cape, Northern Cape. The last speaker will be KZN. Thank you.
Yeah, by interrupt you are confirming this narrative by the Pope of the essence of the absence of the present. We, as the Northwest, want to support the view by Eastern Cape that this report be deferred to a special meeting. That the new ExCo chair be tasked with having to procure efforts within the short space of 3 months to expedite a proper financial report. That the missing financial years be declared and responsible ExCo members or officials who were in office at that particular time. The interest of Paja is amount to give account to their term of office, so as to we are not a chair going to be having to argue amongst ourselves when they were individual responsible for the office at that particular time. that the special meeting then it has to act on behalf of the association to redeem the image of this meeting and the association itself. A failure to act on this matter will then create the impression that the National Assembly seeks to then say it's sanitizing, and if we are to leave it at that, then we are going to go out of this meeting having confirmed that we want to sanitize. So we must just then act on this particular matter or pronounce on it that we don't accept it, but so that this views that it's one of the worst form of a report. We put it aside and then act on the report itself, that we go and seek for finances, give accountability on all the agreements that have been made, make follow-ups on those. Probably we should be able to make follow-ups. There's the institutions are existing, there's how the legislature, there's not how legislature, so they should be able to trace those payments, whether payments were made or not made, and so forth. That at the same time, failure by these members to declare what actually happened during their term of office, then should be able to kickstart a process that the national legislature, legislature is referring to, and your Eastern Cape having to expedite the processes of now investigating and processes of now consequence management. Thanks, Chair.
Western Cape.
Thanks, Chair. Ours is Western Cape is also the similar concern that was raised by National Assembly. Because in terms of our records and our understanding, we are in good stead in terms of payment of everything, of even inclusive of the previous year. And then if we come here, and here as far as 2018, that of which we have accounted for, is still missing. And as far as the National Assembly, more than $1 million is missing. It leaves us with a serious concern. We don't even know, understand what we have, let alone what we have spent, which is a serious challenge. The other issue, Chair, that I wanted to raise is an issue of the violation of the Constitution of this entire process. Because if we go to 10.5 of the very same Constitution, of which it talks to the narrative report, I hear the speakers critiquing the narrative report, and of which it is there in the Constitution. Constitution says there should be a narrative. But the very same Constitution explains what the narrative report should be. And one of the key issues, it says, EXO must ensure that APAC prepares an annual narrative describing activity. There is no description of any activity. The annual financial statement, there is nothing like that. The annual financial statement must confirm the general acceptance and the principles, including income statement and expenditure. There is nothing like that. That's the narrative report that we're expecting. And this one, we must agree, it is not. And then furthermore, because we're dealing with a constitutional meeting, on page 9 of the very same Constitution, it says, the Treasury will keep proper records. That was not done. Draft the annual budget. That was not done. Control the finances of MPEC. That was not done. Receive bank and keep records of all monies accrued to MPEC. It was not done. And then oversee and approve MPEC expenditures. Also not done. Prepare financial statement. It's not done. Coordinate fundraising. There is nothing like that. And so safe custody. There is missing documents. I thought within the recommendations, because I've seen some recommendations here, including that we must marinate people or members that could not be able to pay, or that the Treasury could not be able to detect whether they are in good standing or not. And the challenge with that is the constitutionality of the election that was now going to. The people that were going to elect, we don't even know if they come from members in good standing or they are not. So, which means the entire exercise that we're about to deal with is a serious challenge as far as to the constitutionality of this process. We have the view that maybe there might be a recommendation that says, even if the structure has managed to bring us the supposed to be narrative report that is not acceptable, then a person would be able to say, we are taking a collective responsibility of ensuring, because the entire expo has seen this mess for a period, the years are there in that agenda, that they are unavailable or any proposed responsibility to be given to them because they cannot be able to account. Because now we are having a situation where, because we know what leads the state of delinquency in our republic is moving people from director to become MPs, and from being MPs to become something else, somewhere else, and leading SOEs. We can't have such a thing. When a person is incompetent, should be able to make such a recommendation and say, responsibility is unlike us. And then consequence management will support Eastern Cape. There needs to be serious detection because there is serious monies that are there that were paid to APAC and they cannot be able to account for them. We need those money. Thanks, man.
Northern Cape. Jefferson, I don't want to spoil the protocol. I'm part of the executive committee. All I wanted to state at that time is making the request of the chairperson that we do not become personal. We can disagree, we are all angry, but let us not become personal and abuse of language. I just want to make that appeal. But I'm not going to comment because the structure will.
KZN.
Firstly, let me just say that I'm also part of the APAC executive or the National Office Bearer. And the sentiments expressed here by colleagues is totally understandable, the frustration as well. And I think where we urge perhaps is in not declaring at an appropriate point on the agenda that financial statements were not available. And and the reasons for that should have been presented. This narrative account that's put here, certainly my opinion, and I think the members of the House are in agreement, is not something that can be adopted by the House because we are here in an AGM to adopt audited financial statements. So until the audited financial statements are available, we cannot adopt anything related to finances. And in that light, I would then support the position that has been put forward by the executive here that an AGM be called for the adoption of the audited financial statements. So that is as a way forward. I think the rest of the sentiments are understandable, but I do believe also that having ventilated as we have, we need to calm down a bit and look at page 3 of this narrative statement under affiliation fees. And let me first state that if you look at paragraph 1, it speaks about, paragraphs 1 and 2, they tell you that the delays in gaining access to the APAC bank account has resulted in the executive committee not being able to give the necessary information, carry on, to produce a reconciliation of payment of annual affiliation fees on time. Paragraph 2, the updated report was received on 28 July. It is being revised to show the financial years in which the affiliation fees are due by each APAC member. So I'm taking it that when we get the audited financial statements, we will also get the updated account of affiliation fees. I have a personal interest in this, or we have a personal interest as KZN, because our fees are fully paid up to 2022, and we have the evidence of it. So certainly that would be there. Then the other point that I wanted to raise as well is that if you look at page 4 under audit matters, the last audited statement, which was approved of as per resolution of the APAC meeting on the 31st of August 2020, was the statement for the year ended 31 March 2018. So it is our collective responsibility here as well that we adopted the last financial statement for a period that ended 31 March 2018. And we did this in 2020. So hindsight is a good thing, but all of us must look at what has happened here. I'm not saying that it is correct, but I'm saying that for progress, let's move forward. Let's take the decision that the audit of 2019 is being redone. The audits of 20, 21, and 22 are being done. Let's get a reasonable date, or we'll come back here and complain again that our audited financial statements are not available. Let's get a reasonable time frame and agree that we will have a specially constituted AGM whereby we will adopt the financial statements and financial accounts will be presented to us around affiliation fees and any other matter. I think together with that, we need to get the National Assembly to get moving in terms of the migration of APAC to the Speakers Forum. Because we can get the House in order up to 2021 or 2022, and then might find that because we don't have our ducks in a row as to the administration, location, staffing of APAC, we have to square one. Thank you.
Okay. Recommendation to AGM. One, I just want to check if because responding on one issue, it's not going to assist because they are recommendation. One, the AGM, the issues that are raised is that special AGM must be convened to deal with the audited financial statements, deal with all financial areas, take the report which will indicate if is it necessary for investigation, and that report must be tabled to special AGM. It will include the forensic. The second proposal is the one of revised report on affiliation fee to be reworked, given what is raised here, and be circulated, the reworked one, given the fact that the 28th of July was just before we came here. Circulate to affiliates, to jurisdiction for them to input, and that report must find expression also to the special AGM. The rest of the issues that will have been raised must be discussed on that special AGM. I just want to, I have been giving everyone a chance to talk. Now, as the chair, I'm summarizing unfortunately, the treasurer cannot be here and answer to one question by question because other information that require responses require a report which is not here. And it will only be fair to all those issues to be raised appropriately in a special AGM where there will be a report. Let me just take hands on these ones, unless maybe the treasurer and the GS wants to come to the podium, respond on other issues. Mine as the chair, I'm summarizing the discussion. Okay, GS, and from there, okay, just a moment, GS, let me.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a point of order. I hear your summarized version of everything, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable to the statement of the treasurer cannot respond while elected. It mustn't be that way. Umbogoto can really respond because was elected knowing that she can really take that responsibility.
The treasurer must respond before, and then after you will then take the recommendation that I'm taking.
Yeah, and then if she can also respond to now what she has shown us about the issue of the affiliation as we are going to elect, and we've got the different versions of who still owes, who has paid. And she's the one who has to give us the information to make sure that we elect from legislatures that have paid. How are we going to go about in the way forward as she's the custodian of that information? Thank you, Chair.
Cheers, the Northern Cape, then I will give the treasurer to respond. I will come back to you to the summary that I've just put.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was also worried that there were a number of issues that were resolved, questions, and that we are going to leave here without, even when we have responses, that we're going to leave, because it will be like there's information that is being hidden.
Can you come here?
So I'm glad that we can respond, but let's also explain. We have agreed as the executive that these are our reports. So that's why you saw, if you heard what Honorable Van Staden and Honorable Governor was saying, because we had a discussion. So I want to say it up front. As this executive, we've been frustrated by these processes. And that's why we understand you and we agree with the frustration that is there. Because when we came in 2019, you were part of the meeting. This report, these things that happened prior, were reported there. We discussed them. We told, it was clear that there are problems. You gave us a mandate to go and look at them, which is what we did. Now I'll bring a report to you on what we did about where are we with it. Just maybe to assist here, let me just explain. Maybe just to indicate that in the investment account as we speak, there's 1,599,692 rand 35 cents. Was it? 1,599,692.35 cents. Then in the current account, which is the main account, there's 2,277,134.69. So it's 2,707,134 rand and 69 cents as things stand. So we thought you should indicate, but we want to explain the following. We're not defensive. So if it comes out as if we're defensive, I apologize. But we just want to clarify things. That the auditors, when we were able to have access to the account, because the question was, for them to do the audit, they need bank statements. We didn't get them. We tried that. The bank said, because we are changing account, what's this? Signatories, there's going to be, we can't give you, we want all other, there are a lot of things that the bank wanted. So, but finally, it was resolved in March this year. When we were able to gain access to the account, the auditor said, we are busy now with another work. We can only do it for you in June, the 10th. I remember the date, it was the 10th of June. So we said, we will wait because it's not a big account. I mean, you are right to remember, especially for the past 2 years, we did nothing in that account. The only transaction that could have been there, maybe is those that deposited the financial statements, the annual fees, then the bank charges. There was no activity, basically. So we told the auditors, it can't take you years to audit, especially those 2 years. The issue was 2019. Then they said to us, we can only do it on the 10th of June. On the 10th of June, we went back to them. We said, now is the 10th of June. Can you be able to do this for us? They said to us, they referred to somebody else. When we spoke to the person, says, no, the person who made a commitment is a junior person. We don't have the staff now. We can only do it in August. We told them we're going to an AGM. We need these statements. And we explained to them that we understand the problem of 2019, but 2020, 2021, 2022, it's a thing that you can do even in a day. So I thought we should be able to clarify that. But the reason with the figures that was showed here, the executive received this report at the end of July, but it was just one line. We said to the bookkeeping company, don't give us one-liners, give us details as to the month and everything. We need that information so that you can look at it. They only gave us this thing 2 days. When we were here and we were pressurizing them, they only gave it to us 2 days ago. And you can see that it's got problems. So we want to apologize that we presented a report that is not audited. And that's one of the reasons why we didn't want to submit unaudited bank statements, because you're going to give us the same. There's a hand at the back that maybe I'm out of order.
Can I see the hand? Okay. Can I hear those hands? Because I think this is the time, unless maybe the hands must call order, because I have given both people who must account to all the questions to respond. And up until they finish their response, unless they are out of order on their response or the process.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Fauzia Rauda. I'm from Isavanskopa within the Northern Cape. Chairperson, it's just an observation that I've made. And the observation speaks to the frustrations from the members of...
No. Just a moment. I just want hands off point of order.
No, it's not a point of order. It's a recommendation, Chair.
Yes, come to the podium and give a response. After your response, Treasurer must give a response. And from there, we'll now see as to are we allowing any follow-ups. Can you all drop your hands? Because we are now, I think you must understand the processes. I'm done with the hands. Now there is time. No.
Chair, this is a point of order.
Yeah, no.
This is a point of order. Chair, I've been noting the manner in which you conduct meetings. It restricts and curbs constructive conversation or dialogue.
What is the point of order?
The point of order, just because you don't like what it is we're saying, you want to curb the conversation or the dialogue. Thank you, Chair.
Sit down. Come and respond. After respond, Treasurer must respond. From there, we'll now allow the follow-up question. That's the procedure. Proceed.
Maybe just 2 things, Chair, just to conclude, because a lot of other things that members said, we agree with them. It's the frustrations we've had, we agree with them. It's just that we need to indicate that the big issue is that the auditors said to us, it's been years since they audited 2019. So because of the lack of the delay, they'll have to redo the audit. I think one of the from PwC said to us, it could also be because there's been some changes in regulation or things that require documents that you can produce or financial statement you can produce. But that was the reason why they had to redo. So they are starting from scratch. It is correct. We can tell you now in confidence that with that audit is not going to be a good audit. We've been trying to trace documents. It's very difficult. It's not going to be a good audit. We have said to the auditors, let them go ahead and give us whatever their view is, because we want to also ensure that in our term that we served, there were reports. So we thought, but when we come here, we would have reported for the other 3 years, but unfortunately we can't. So the last thing I want to say, Chair, just to explain the issue about condonment. The recommendation that the executive is making is the following: that given the problem of reconciliation of annual fees, the problems that are there of reconciling by the auditors and also by PwC, we propose that, because we are going to get the wrong report, we propose that for purpose of this meeting, we don't consider that part of the constitution, but it's a proposal, so it can be rejected. But the reason was exactly that, because we don't want to take decisions based on information that is half information basically.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, honorable members, let me welcome the inputs and the questions made by the honorable members here today. As the GS have said, we know we are all frustrated, and there's nothing wrong with the honorable members to step on our toes, because we are a collective and must make sure that we bring APAC to its rightful position. As I have said this morning in my opening remarks, that APAC house must be in order, and so that when he speaks to other stakeholders, he can speak, or APAC can speak with authority. So we welcome all the inputs made by the different honorable members here today. As the GSF said, honorable members, that it was not easy for us as this collective, as APAC, when we start APAC. What we outlined in this narrative report was to say, just to give a background on issues of what transpired in terms of the road that we find ourselves until today here, find ourselves here today. And what we said is that we cannot give an explanation to this House in terms of why we did not have our audited financial statements today here. And in our last executive committee meeting, honorable members, we make a proposal that we must have a special AGM where we will adopt the financial statements once we get it from the auditors. And as the GSF explained, that it is not easy, because we argued with PwC to say, but this 2 years, 2021, there was not such transactions. You people can do those auditing within 2 to 3 days, but they promised us that it is not easy, because we argued with PwC to say, but this 2 years, 2021, there was not such transactions. You people can do those auditing within 2 to 3 days. But they promised us that it is not easy, because we promised us that they cannot do it in 2-3 days, but they will, after August, they will manage to see how they can finalize on the audit of those financial years. So in terms of consequence management with the Parliament was speaking, I can assure you once we get those outcomes of those the audit outcomes, we will make sure that of the incoming leadership must make sure that they look into the matter and address that matter. The one of the who is a member in good standing and who is not a member in good standing, as GSF said, we did present those figures of the different jurisdictions that owe APAC, but I think GS, as we have mentioned, that we must wait until the audited statements come so that we can see which jurisdiction owe how much. And one of the things that we did not want really to present those figures is because of the audited statements that are not yet finalized. But I think in the next couple of weeks, the incoming leadership will be in a position to get those financial statements and will get, and with the next special council AGM will be in a position to present the financial statements, audited financial statements, because we can't not say that this financial report, and we agree with the honourable members if they are not happy, but forge the incoming leadership the opportunity to call the special AGM and present the audited financial statements or a credible financial report. But for now, in terms of the membership, honourable members, we still wait for PwC to give us those outcomes. And yeah. And this report is not my report, it's the report of the collective honourable members. So, yeah, sorry, Chairperson, no problem. Yeah, but from my side, I just want to thank you for the inputs made, and we hope that the incoming leadership will take it further. But really, honourable members, it was not easy for us when we take over as this collective to APAC, but we don't want to be crying babies. But once more, thank you very much.
Okay. Let's start at the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. The chair will be accused that he doesn't. If you want to raise something, you must raise your hand. I've put a proposal on a meeting. Let me hear what are they saying.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I wanted to say earlier on, I appreciate the current leadership before this term, and I think going into the next leadership that's going to election, as to deal with, and we all know it when we come from our various legislatures, which is the issue around legacy issues. Sometimes we have no control over that, and I feel sympathy and empathy for those that have to carry the burden of those legacy issues. But the statement that I want to make earlier, we can't, as APAC, which is a collective of SCOPA representatives, want to hold to different standards. At the end of the day, we want to hold, from an oversight perspective, a different standard to financial reporting when it comes to legislature or to SCOPA or to finance.
and we want to have a different standard here. It makes us come across as hypocritical, number one. Number two, taking into consideration the frustrations around the legacy issues that you inherited from the previous leadership. And I appreciate Honorable Koloy and what it is that you guys have to go through. But then come to this body and say, at this point in time, the way we are operating, we are all members, whether it's National Assembly or whether it is within legislature, where they have constituencies that we must serve. In other words, what I'm trying to say is time is our limiting factor. At this point in time, the model at which we look at support, for example, generating the outcome of financial statements, you actually require extra additional time on members that serve within that leadership. So come in your next report, Honorable Koloy, when you call that special AGM, and say the model in which we are operating is not sustainable. And if it means that we need to look at getting permanent, dedicated people towards that function only, then let that recommendation come across. Because it's not fair that we want to now blame leadership that has come from legacy issues, but we're not assisting that function in terms of making the decision that requires it, makes it much more easy for them to operate in that space. So let that conversation come and say, this model is not working, and we need to look at other best practices. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for allowing me that I wanted to say. Can you see more the negative?
Okay. Any other person, just let me outline the process. Just sit down, Honorable Member. I only allow people with only a minute on clarity on the responses, only, no discussion. We have discussed the matter. We are now put the proposal that there will be AGM. When members are entering into the special AGM, we are not here yet because we have not yet accepted the proposal that there must be a special AGM. You will be given a chance to raise your issues after you agree with the special AGM. Now, there won't be any discussion now. Further, the only thing that I want to get, is there an agreement on the AGM? I want to see hands on that matter. That's the proposal. Yes. Okay. Who are the people who are saying, just propose that we agree with the AGM, there must be a seconder, so that as the chair must take it out, so that we, yes? Yes?
Chair, I don't think that members in this year has got a problem with the AGM.
No, don't talk for yourself. No, don't talk about
Chairperson, I do agree that an AGM should take place. And
give another person for a seconder. Sit down. Sit down.
But there are other issues.
No.
Chair,
no.
Chair, there are issues that need to be resolved. You make comments that also needs to be brought in.
I'm dealing with the procedure here. I want to hear the mover.
Maybe you should excuse yourself and ask someone else to.
Can I look for a seconder for the proposed special AGM? Just give it to someone. Seconder.
Yes.
No.
You should. I wish to second the proposal.
Okay. No.
From my side, I'm not talking for anybody else. You should not be on that podium as a chairperson. You should not be there. You are not the economy can tell us what to do. This stage, you are the chairperson of a financial oversight committee on a national level.
Can you just,
provide us
Honorable Member?
No.
Honorable.
And we cannot have an election here.
Honorable Member,
Yeah.
can you just
You will not.
down?
there's not going to be an election today because none of you is doing this. As a matter of fact, don't come and slow me down, Chair. Don't come and transform me down.
Okay, let me hear order. Let just give over to order that side.
I'm saying there should be an election.
Give order to that side.
That's what you were supposed to bring here, because this is a waste of public funds.
Can you give a mic to Western Cape?
Chair, I think I had my hand up. I'm not sure if you're ready.
No, I didn't point you. Just give to Western Cape.
You'll recognize me later then, Chair.
Yeah.
Again, Chair, you know, the point of order is on procedure. And I think, Chair, you are on point. You, in terms of leading the meeting and taking us somewhere. The arguments that are brought by those honorable members are counter arguments of which there will be platform for them to raise them. Okay. But the process that they are not following and not listening to the chair of the session is grossly out of order. Okay. They need to be patient. It's just like the first week instance, where they raised an issue of finance report during the annual report, raising a relevant matter, but in an irrelevant platform. They must be patient with processing. Otherwise, we're going to sleep.
No, thank you. Is there any defending view? Can I check those who, I think there is a move and the second that there must be a special AGM and all the issues that have been raised must find expression in that second, the special AGM, as agreed. Is there any dissenting view?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Any dissenting view? Any people who are saying there must not be a special AGM? Let me hear.
Thank you, Chair. It must be quite dark in the back here. Chair, I don't have a problem per se with a special AGM,
no, then
but I want to come up with a counter proposal.
No.
Chair,
I want the person
Chair,
who says
in terms of
dissenting view.
I have a dissenting view.
Yes.
And I'll be very quick. I do not believe that you should proceed to elect a new executive today, and you should allow the current incumbents to report back at your special AGM that you're calling. That is my proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, that was not a dissenting view. The AGM is agreeing that there must be a special AGM to deal with the matter. Can we now, I think we are to the next point in the agenda. If arrangements have been made for breaking for lunch, I don't know, are you opening the same matter? Because we step off from finances. Now we are on the other item.
Chairperson, I think it's just fair as a member of this EXCO. We were quiet and we listened. And why I want to raise it before we step off, because I know some of the current attendees will leave. We share the shock, but that's how we look, you look. We must take ownership. If we have expertise, come run to APAC, because APAC is your organization. So we just want to appeal, even as we go now to this special AGM, let us all come together, because, and I'll stop here, what happened now is precisely what happened post 2019 when we got this information. Exactly. That is why we had to find a way to get a bridge so that we can continue before elections and have a structure in place. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, it's time to break for lunch unless maybe there is an arrangement, but I'm consulting for lunch. I suggest that we take the two areas on the agenda and the part of the amendment so that when we break for lunch, we know that when we come back, we proceed with the last items. Over to you, GS, on the other. Okay.
If in what you are saying, we come back for the amendment. Now, if we have this conundrum of not knowing how do we move forward, because we are going to have a special AGM, the amendments that are there, they talk to some of the issues that are here that we have to take in when we get the financials. So if we are going to amend, but there's still this conundrum that is saying to us, we have to start there before we can continue. How are we going to go forward with that? Because some of us are leaving now. We thought by this time we'll be done, and that won't happen. I don't know how many people are going to leave for the time that we come back. We are in that predicament, if you can give us guidance.
Okay, there is no order. You approved the agenda. The issue that you raise, you'll have. The issue that members want to raise, they will raise it when we are on the item. What I'm suggesting is that we proceed with the other items as per the approval of the agenda, where Western Cape will raise the issues that they want to raise when we are on the item, as agreed. Then from there, we'll break for lunch after the proposal. Thank you.
We will take the two issues together. The proposal we want to make on the conference resolutions is that yesterday the reports that were presented, which are more what we needed to do. So I want to request, because we felt if we bring them here, we're going to discuss the same things we discussed. So I want to move that we adopt those reports that were presented here as resolutions for this House. That's the first one. Okay. And then it means the second one, we're not going to do it now until you get the financial statement. We can't adopt the appointment of auditors until we get the financial statements.
Okay. Can I see hands on the item of reports that were discussed, adoption? I think members must just be patient and follow the procedure. You will reach the point where you want to reach. Can I see hands? Free State, Gauteng, Western, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, National Assembly, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Rufilo Kekano from Gauteng. I move for the adoption of the conference resolutions that we took yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Free State.
Yes, I support.
Oh, just be on record.
No, I support the proposal from Gauteng. Thanks.
Okay, those other ends? Oh, covered. Okay. The one-off appointment, it's part of the AGM. What is the amendment of constitution? Can we ask GS to present the areas?
Like I reported earlier, in March we issued out to jurisdictions what we proposed areas of consideration as we do acknowledgement. Only one jurisdiction came back to us. We had a meeting, we then appointed a team to then put all the amendments. Amongst others, it included basically ensuring that the constitution is in line with all other constitutions. So that was sent to jurisdictions again. And then day before yesterday, we had a meeting with the chairpersons of jurisdictions together with members of the executive. So we want to propose the following on the constitution. Four things. One, there is a proposal in the constitution. We're not going to fly it here because it's things that you should have seen in your jurisdictions when you send the letters. One, the proposal that we add on the name of APAC, we don't call it only Association of Public Accounts Committees, but we call it the Association of Public Accounts Committees of South Africa, so that we distinguish it from the rest. So that's the first proposal. The second one is that we want to, the new constitution proposes, that's the change, that instead of electing people directly as individuals, let's rather elect, the position must be held by jurisdictions. Because when people resign, we have a problem. But if it's jurisdiction, as an example, if a position of a president of the association, I'm using the word president because there's not president in the constitution. If we had that position, and we agree that it must be led by Eastern Cape as an example, it means that if during the year something happens to the person holding the position, whether it's removed to another committee, passes on, whatever the reason, that jurisdiction must then provide us with the name rather than us waiting for an AGM. That's what that constitution says. Then the third one is that the rest of the issues have to do with just amending and ensuring that the constitution is in line with all the other constitutions. Like somewhere we must say, wherefore we agree this and all that. Lastly, in the constitution, the powers to oversee the implementation of the resolution was with the chairperson. There's a proposal that it must be with the general secretary because the general secretary is accountable or is responsible for the secretariat, which must ensure implementation of resolutions. So those were the four areas, like I'm saying, and so we said let's put them here. Remember, we need 2/3 chair to agree. In other words, each jurisdiction has got one vote, as explained to chairpersons and members of the executive. So thank you.
Can I see your reaction? That amendment are done by the 2/3. Each jurisdiction is given only one vote. There are nine provincial legislatures plus National Assembly. It's 10. Yeah. Can I see the hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yaleboga modula stulo. Yabonga mhlali ngaphambili. I am still Bheki Hatebe with an H. As powers vested upon me by the National Assembly as a designated.
Just a moment.
Yeah. Chair, it really is concerning from time to time when others are afforded an opportunity to speak, we listen attentively. It seems as if there are super delegates. As and when others speak, they've got liberty to open their own meetings and discuss their own things. And you have raised this previously, and it's continuing. I think that must be nipped in the bud. You can't continue like that. Thank you. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. That National Assembly having had enough time and opportunity to discuss matters presented to us, we fully support all the constitutional amendment. I thank you.
Okay.
Also, standing now representing Gauteng, we've had a discussion, we agree with it.
Malanga.
As Mpumalanga Chair, we're part and parcel of receiving the amendment. We have went through it and we agree. Impopo.
Thanks very much. I think we're part of that session that I think we were able to ventilate on these particular matters of national importance. And as such, we're agreeing with all the propositions that have been made and put forward. Thank you, Mr. Support.
Northern Cape.
Support.
Northwest.
And Northwest support, Chair.
Free State.
Chair, how can we not support when we are behind on that process? Where our chair was, had to go somewhere and we've got a new chair, so we support.
Okay. Eastern Cape. Now we'll come to you, Western Cape. Just be patient. It's a Magalai.
No, we support, Chair. Eastern Cape supports.
Western Cape.
Supported.
KZN. No, just be on record. I'm very, I must be careful.
Thank you, Chair. KZN supports.
Okay. All 10 jurisdictions have supported the amendment. Now, proposed amendment to APAC Constitution have been supported. Can we now break for lunch? It's 1:30. We will be back at 2:30, and we'll proceed with the agenda when we come back. Thank you. Honorable members, lunch is served at ground floor. Lunch is served at ground floor. Thank you. Are all jurisdiction in? Which jurisdiction? Okay. It's only Western Cape. Can I just check, maybe I just deal with roll call? National Assembly?
Present.
Gauteng?
Present.
Limpopo? Mpumalanga? Northwest? West?
Present.
Eastern Cape? Free State?
Present.
Western Cape, Western Cape? Okay. Which other province?
Northern Cape. Northern Cape.
KZN? Northern Cape? Northern Cape.
Just step to the bathroom.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's only one province jurisdiction, not part of the second session. We are on item of elections. I am unable to deal with this matter, and maybe may I call GS to explain the process?
The province is that I can.
Okay. All right. I see hands of Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, Free State, Eastern Cape, in that order.
Maybe you will rule me out of order if I am. I thought we are going to adopt the report because the issue which was an incitement earlier on was the constitutional amendment, and we've already dealt with it. I thought maybe we will dispose of the reports which have been presented, and then we can continue with other issues.
Okay. I'm not going to give other provinces. I must just correct you. We are there. We are done with the resolution. Reports have been dealt with, except the financial that we have been deferred to special AGM. But as per the sequence of our discussion, we make sure that resolutions that kept all the documents have been resolved. So we are on a point in our agenda where we speaks about elections. Let's not go back. Other hands, let me, Malanga.
Thank you, Chair. I think all of us were here. We had a very strong debate in terms of the financial statement, which we have deferred it because we are waiting for the auditors to complete that process. Secondly, there is a matter that also emerged to say we are not so sure who are jurisdictions that are eligible to can vote, because that reconciliation, we're calling our offices, nearly all of us, to check as to whether we're owing or not owing. So because of that, we feel that if we can continue with elections of the leadership, we might have problems because others will participate, meanwhile they were not supposed. So we feel like we will conclude the process during a special AGM. And I propose that from the office bearers that we're facilitating up to this far, they continue until, but we put a short period so that we quickly go to the special AGM. Maybe we can say not later than 3 months. We must be done with the audit so that we convene this special. So, and also to affirm you, because you were just assisting us without having affirmed by this house. So we are affirming that we continue assisting them so that you become 3. Thank you. Limpopo.
Thanks very much. I wanted to defer this man, but unfortunately, he spent most of his time working in Limpopo. I'm conflicted. No, Chair, I think I have an opinion that we're living or operating under a very litigious environment, whereby everything is subjected to litigation and other things, the legality part of any constitutional structure that is there. On the basis of that, I think the collateral of the financial statement in itself, more especially the picture that we got there about other outstanding subscriptions that has to come to the organization, the legitimacy and the credibility of the whole exercise will be compromised. And as such, I think there is that constitutional dilemma that we have to address over and above the auditor statement that I think we're expecting out of this leadership. And on the basis of that, I think just to emphasize the issue of the legitimacy and the credibility of the process, more especially the type of an organization we are. It is important that everything that we do is about board and beyond reproach. So on the basis of that, I therefore rise to second Malanga on that thing within that prescribed time frame. By then, I think we think you should have resolved all these other outstanding matters that are there, so that as we come out from that conference, everything has been adopted and processed. Yeah, so I move.
Okay. Northwest. Did Gauteng raise their hands?
No, thanks, Chair. The Northwest have been largely covered by the 2 provinces, Mpumalanga and Limpopo. We also support the move to defer voting to the special AGM, but also that we allow a process to the cleansing of a process of your financial report that is needed and the affirmation of your jurisdictions that would be in good standing to attend and participate and to avoid processes where we're just going to run with election for the sake of it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Free State.
Thank you very much, Chair. Without waste of time, I support my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Out there.
Yeah, no, just to save time, we support the deliberations.
Eastern Cape.
Thanks, Chair. We fully support the Chairperson.
Other province, Northern Cape.
We support.
KZN. KZN. We are still having one meeting. Don't be excited to a point where everyone is talking. We're still in one meeting.
We support, Chair.
Okay. National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to support Mpumalanga.
Okay. All, which jurisdiction I didn't call?
Is the one which is the one which is not here, Western Cape.
Okay. No, there are consensus led by the jurisdiction. This then conclude the session because conference declaration must include all the deliberation, including those of finances. So they must also be deferred to that AGM so that you don't declare now and re-declare or reaffirm the declaration in a special AGM. Before I close this session, borrowed by yourselves, may I check maybe administratively, is there any announcements? Okay. No, thanks very much, honorable members. Let me first thank the jurisdictions led by the remaining office bearers to take us here and thank all the good work done by the support staff, because we normally don't thank the support staff, because if it was not officials, we couldn't have produced these documents. Those who are present today and those who didn't manage to come, who have developed all the 8 discussion documents, the researchers from all respective jurisdictions, and support staff that steer the ship, guided by the office of the secretariat, and yourself, jurisdiction, to allow your staff to be here earlier. But again, to thank the jurisdictions, those who have approved funds that you must be here. Indeed, we may confirm without fear or favor that indeed we are seeing value for money, because we can see that at least the house is not empty. Most of people who came from day one are still here, except those who leave without sending apology to the chair. And just send the message that any delegation who came here with a ticket of APAC, upon them leaving, the office bearers must be given at least the courtesy to say we won't be here, so that we take ownership as office bearers. So thanks very much everyone who are there, who are here, media, those who are present and absent, municipalities. Though there is a weakness on other metros invited, not here, the districts that are here, and thanks everyone generally, or robustness on the issues starting from day one until today. Nothing changed today. The environment was the same. The only thing is that the procedure must be adhered to. We must not shy away to make sure that we stick to the procedure of any meeting. And thank you very much. Those who will want to be exposed to Durban, you may meet the host, Honorable Gavenda, to take you around. Those who are sleeping just for touring, those who are living, live well, and this AGM stand adjourned. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, no. Yeah, no, no. Yeah. So,